much. Turkish, thank you. Any other countries? Right, perhaps we'll have a little...
Namaste.
Namaste, namaste, that's great. Perhaps we'll have a little quiz later on in the week to see how many places we can all remember about how to say hi. So we're just having the last people join us now, but just to go over the day for you. So before I introduce Shanta, I'm just going to give you the overview. Oh, sorry, with Mandarin, we've got Zhao Zhang Hao, is that? In Mandarin?
Zhao Zhang Hao.
Zhao Zhang Hao, Zhao Zhang Hao. Okay, thank you. So for the day, we have Shanta, who's giving the first 2 sessions. Then from 10:50 to 11:50 UK time, you will be joining your teams for a session like this, okay? You will also meet your facilitator, who is one of the lecturers from various different institutions across the world. So I know that you've been chatting on WhatsApp, you've been chatting on Facebook, but for the 10:50 to 11:50 session UK time, please join your Teams link through the information that Rowena and Emma sent to you. Is that right, Rowena?
Yeah.
Okay,
everyone's been allocated a team now.
Okay, and then after the 11:50 to 12:50 break, we have from 12:50 to 2, we have another cultural activity. Now, I know that yesterday a lot of you really enjoyed learning Welsh and doing the quiz. Today, we've got something a little bit different. In a change from the advertised session, it won't be a Sri Lankan cultural activity, unfortunately, because they're not able to join us this afternoon. But we have a Cardiff entrepreneur whose background is also, his grandfather was from Cairo, his grandmother was from Baghdad, and he's opening up a food business here in Cardiff. And Nigel will be interviewing him about the concept of his business, and he'll be teaching you live how to make sushi. Okay, so that's what we've got planned for you this afternoon. Right. If you can please, sorry?
I love sushi.
Oh, you love sushi. Well, this afternoon we are going to learn how to make sushi because Nate also spent quite a lot of time in Japan, and his partner is Japanese. So that should be interesting. Now, we are incredibly honored today to have Shanta join us. So Shanta is a certified innovation manager who is also visiting faculty for 16 universities, both in Sri Lanka and internationally. And he has over 30 years experience in banking and engineering and the service sector. I've had the honor of meeting Shanta a number of times when I visited Sri Lanka, as he teaches at ICBT. So Shanta, welcome to the Global Innovation Challenge. Would you like to turn off your camera and start your session? Oh, sorry. One thing I also need to mention is that the session from 7:30 that's starting now will actually, you need to stay in this session right until the end, because we decided not to have the break between 8:30 and 8:40 UK time, because we've learnt that going out of sessions and back into sessions, we sometimes lose people, and it's a little bit confusing for you. So you're just going to stay in this session right up until your 9:40 break. Is that okay? Any questions, just pop them in the chat. Right, Shanta, I'm going to hand over to you now.
I've extended the calendar invite now, Jane. So
okay, so Rowena's
extended
this calendar invite to take you all the way through. So Shanta, I'm going to turn off my camera now, and I'm going to turn off my microphone. I'm going to ask everyone else to turn off their videos, and over to you, Shanta.
Thank you, Jane. It's a pleasure to address you, and I'm quite excited to address you on this topic. Although I have been studying, I have been researching on innovation for more than 10 years now. As Jane requested, could you please switch off your cameras and please keep your microphones muted throughout the session unless you want to speak. I do see still somebody switching on the camera. Could you please switch off your camera to ease traffic on this platform?
Marwa, can you please turn off your camera, Marwa? Marwa, Ibrahim, can you please turn off your camera?
مروة إبراهيم ممكن تطفي الكاميرا؟ as per instructions. Marwa, would you put off your camera, please?
Jane, can you see my screen?
Yes, Shanta, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. So here we go. Thank you very much, Cardiff Metropolitan University, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm thankful to ICBT as well, the Sri Lankan partner of Cardiff Metropolitan University for more than a decade. It's very interesting to address a crowd like this, representing so many countries, so many nations. And the topic is innovation. And I welcome everyone from each and every country, as Jane was telling this morning. And I welcome my colleagues from Sri Lanka as well. The topic is innovation. I'm sure you have a good idea about what innovation is, since you have been listening to 3 other speakers yesterday, and most of you are already practicing innovation. I'll be taking you through some of the basics in my very first session. But as we proceed, I would advance the topics and I'll take you through the most emerging and most advanced topics in this subject. I'll be conducting 3 sessions today, 2 sessions back to back. And here are the objectives of this session. We need to understand the real meaning of the word innovation. What does it mean? We all use the term innovation, but trust me, the word has so many different meanings as given by people. So we need to come to terms as to what is really meant by innovation. Then I would discuss with you different types of innovations. At the same time, how innovation differs from creativity and inventions. I'll be discussing. Then I'm sure most of you are students and lecturers, and we have been exposed to so many theories in the subject of management, in the subject of strategic management, technology management, and so on. So I'll be linking the subject, what you have learned, the popular theories with innovation, just to show you the connections. And we'll try to understand the innovation trends and challenges. Okay, so this is session 1, the outline. Let me ask this question. Think of your own country. Are you innovative? As a country, is your country innovative? What do you have to say? Or as an organization, think of your workplace. You may be representing a university, you may be representing a private sector or government sector organization. Are you innovative? Is your organization innovative? How do you decide? Well, when it comes to a country, we might go through the Global Innovation Index. One of the lecturers yesterday highlighted the Global Innovation Index, and there was an interesting question. I was following that by one of the participants. He was saying that one of the countries he was interested in understanding was omitted from the list. No, it was not the case. That was China. China is in the 10th place, as I vaguely remember. Global Innovation Index would show you where your country is in terms of their categorization or their classification. But they do use different parameters, different factors in assessing countries' performance of a country. That is one way. But look at how many new products and processes you are introducing. If you are thinking about your own organization, By looking at the number of new products you introduce, by looking at the number of new processes you introduce, you can decide whether you are innovative or not. You can compare your company with the best in the industry or the closest competitor if you are the best. Or you can benchmark with an international brand, international, same sector, same vertical. How many new processes you have introduced? You can compare with your own performance. What was the situation? How many new products you introduced 2 years back, last year, and this year? How many world-class products your organization has offered or your country is offering? And your performance in global competitions. There are so many global competitions taking place. Your performance can be an indicator to judge whether we are innovative or not. There are so many social problems we are coming across. How are we solving them? By looking at the process, the products, we can assess how innovative we are. Let me give you an example for you to think seriously about your country's performance in terms of innovation. Here the example is from United States of America. Before that, I must mention this. Throughout my session, throughout the sessions of other lecturers, myself as a lecturer, other lecturers, and even participants would name various countries, various companies, various brands, various people, purely for academic purposes. We have no intention of promoting them unnecessarily or rather putting them into disreputation. No, it is not the intention. Purely for academic purposes, we will take examples. United States of America, at the beginning of last century, in early 1900s, they were number one in the world in terms of agricultural exports. You got it. Early 1900s, United States of America was the number one exporter of agriculture produce in the world. And 85% of people in United States, they were into agriculture. And when we started this century, at the beginning of 2000s, United States is still heading the table. They are number one. Guess the population involvement in agriculture. Surely it can't be 85% of US people are into agriculture. Guess the figure. Can somebody use the microphone and answer? Because I don't see the chat box. I'm afraid to go through that right now. It has drastically come down. Guess 50%, 10%? Well, it has come down to 3%. It has come down to 3%, from 85% to 3%. A drastic drop. Drastic is not the word to use. Still, they are holding the number one position in the world. It's a good example for us to understand how agricultural technologies, agricultural innovations are helping one country. There can be other allegations like environmental damages and so on, but pay attention to the focus, key focus. So what is innovation? I'm sure you have so many different definitions. For me, innovation is coming up with new products and new processes. Not only products and processes, coming up with new business models as well. Similarly, they should add value to the stakeholders, not only to the customers, not only to the owners, to many other stakeholders. As you know, for any business organization, for any organization for that matter, there are so many stakeholders, like suppliers are there, buyers, customers, the employees of the organization, owners of the organization, then the state or the government. The environment is a stakeholder. You should offer some value to most of these stakeholders. So for me, innovation is coming up with new products, new processes, and new business models that can offer value to key stakeholders. Is it a textbook definition? In a way, yes. Now you must be wondering, some people say innovations have to be brand new to the world. Is it right? Is it true? No, innovations need not to be brand new. You combine existing technologies to solve a problem. That's an innovation. But remember, inventions have to be new to the world. If you are to call something you have developed, a product or a process, an invention, it has to be novel, brand new to the world. But innovations need not to be new to the world. Here's a advice. The word innovation has two broad meanings, as highlighted by leading scholars. Any new product, any new process, or any new business model is an innovation to your organization, to your industry sector. Let's assume that ICBT or your university has not been using multimedia projectors in the teaching process, and you just introduce multimedia projectors. That is a process innovation to your organization. Is it new to the world? No. There are many other institutions who have been using multimedia projectors, but not your organization. You have just introduced multimedia projectors to improve the teaching process. That is a process innovation to your organization. Technically, that is correct. Similarly, I add a new product to my product portfolio. That is an innovation to my organization. The product was available with other organizations, but it is new to me. It is new to my portfolio. That is an innovation. That is one way of defining innovations. There's another way of defining innovations. Any invention commercialized by an entrepreneur or an organization, that is an innovation. Any invention commercialized. No point in inventing new things if we cannot commercialize. No point in having it with me, saying that, look, I invented this. What is it? What returns do I get? What returns does it bring to my country, my organization, my nation? So I should be able to produce in large quantities and sell and derive a commercial benefit. So inventions commercialized by entrepreneurs and organizations are also known as innovations. So don't worry about the differences in terminology. You all know what innovations are. Why is that? I'm sure all of you are using Google. Google is perhaps your favorite search engine. Similarly, you use Google Scholar as well. Students, academics in this forum, you are mostly using Google Scholar. But look at this website carefully. It is not Google. It is not Google Scholar. This is a dedicated search engine. Look at this. There's this term below the name Google Patents or Google Patents. This is a search engine, dedicated search engine. This can be a gold mine for some of you. I'm sure out of the participants, the total participants, 99% would not be aware of the existence of this search engine. Start using this. This is a gold mine for some of you guys. Not now, later. What do you see in this website or search engine? Patents obtained by various inventors, individuals like you and me, and commercial organizations. It's a massive database. Is this the only one? No, there are so many others. So inventors, those who are inventing brand new things, novel things, to protect their intellectual property, register their rights with local and international authorities. And those documents become public. and those documents are uploaded to search engines or sites like this. Let me explain you the difference or differences between inventions and innovations. Invention is most of the time a breakthrough affair, a breakthrough finding. There are no constraints for basically for inventors. But when it comes to innovations, somebody has switched on the microphone. Please keep your mics muted. The inventor has no agenda to commercialize most of the time, but the innovator, ability to commercialize, ability to replicate or produce more and earn money, earn revenue is in his or her agenda. That's a major difference. I'm going to do something. I'm going to play a video. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, please. If you can't hear the voice of this video clip, please let me know. If you don't respond, I assume that you can hear the voice of the speaker.
Invention activities are focused on breakthrough advances, often unconstrained and not worried about applications, really pursued intrinsically, with intrinsic motives. Innovation, on the other hand, may be seen as the
Can somebody please confirm whether you can see the video and whether you can hear the voice?
Yes, sir, we can do both.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
translation, the adaptation of these breakthroughs to address some real market needs. In fact, we might think of invention itself as a special type of innovation that is pursued for its own sake without worrying about commercial impact. Or we might think of invention as the upfront activities that are producing the seeds, the breakthrough inputs to the innovation process, which must ensure then that some compelling needs are identified for impact, for market adoption, and for customer usage. Now, consider our innovation processes of the last few years, especially used in our industries. Since innovation involves bringing new approaches and technologies to fruitful application, it can happen in one of several pathways, at least a couple of major pathways. Throughout the 20th century, we have had a more technology-driven innovation approach, where a company such as Intel, for example, works really hard to find matching applications for advancements in transistor technology that was originally invented at Bell Labs, but now governed by their so-called Moore's Law, which really is their aim to keep this technology advancing. We can call this a seed-driven or a supply-driven innovation approach, where the advancements in transistor seeds are really pacing this particular area. Intel, Qualcomm, and their peers engage in furious development of this transistor technology and create products to work with customers such as computer companies and cell phone handset companies to get these innovations out and tightly design them for application and for adoption and usage. In this case, the transistor as a seed really drives the innovation process. But you have to find new applications such as smartphones. This is seeds-driven innovation, starting with the seed and finding applications. During the last 20 years, we have had a progress on another approach we might call needs-driven innovation, which places high emphasis on starting with the needs, doing extensive studies of the market to identify, to unearth, to capture customer needs, which are then used to find a solution. In this case, we start with the need. We swim in the fishbowl with the customers. We really spend time in the field to find out what is bothering them, what their problems are, what their pain points are, and then try to discover new technological approaches to solve these problems. Which is better, the needs-driven approach or the seeds-driven approach?
Well, yeah, coming back to the slides, give me a minute. Hope you can see my screen again, the PowerPoint presentation. Yes, okay, thank you. I need to fight with time. I'm behind the time schedule, Jane. I need to go fast. If you are in need of any clarifications, you may write down those questions and ask at the end of the session. By doing that, you can help me to manage time. Are we crazy for innovations? Why are organizations so keen in promoting innovations? Friends, innovations bring prosperity. Innovations bring prosperity to individuals like you and me, to organizations, to countries, and to the world. So we are crazy about innovations. We know the difference between inventions and innovations. Inventions must necessarily be brand new to the world, novel to the world. Then you can register your intellectual property with a government authority, like obtaining a patent. But innovations need not to be novel to the world. As long as they are new to your department, your organization, your industry, you can technically call them innovations. We harness technologies from various sources, existing technologies, and try to solve industry specific or social problems. Is high tech? Is innovation always high tech? Should we learn rocket science to do innovations? No, not necessarily. Common sense plays a vital role in innovating. Here's an interesting example for you to enjoy. The source is from, let's say, social media. And in the first photograph, onto your left-hand side, what you would see is a lady who is sorting lemons. In the container, it contains lemons. And she has to size them. There are three, let's say, containers kept here. And you would see these two poles, let's say pipes, and the distance is kept in such a way that the lemons which would come towards this side due to gravitational force, if the size is right, it will drop to the first box. If it is too big, it will travel up to this point and will drop to this particular box or other container. This is innovation. This is rocket science? No, never. But if you know rocket science, of course, you can become a better innovator. And I will not have time to run this video. I suggest you to note this down if you have not watched this video before. This is an entrepreneur from India, owner of ID Foods, a very young entrepreneur who has built a breakfast company. And he was invited to address a gathering at Harvard University. His speech is available in YouTube. If time permits, I'll try to run this later towards the end of this first session. He conveys a very powerful message. The number one ingredient to innovate is nothing but common sense. I'll take you through few innovations. I'm sure you are familiar with this photograph, many of you. Here what you see is on top of the cistern, you would see the tap. So whatever the water you use to wash your hands, you are using it in the washroom, the toilet. It is to save water. It is an innovation, isn't it? This is another example. I'm going to take you through so many examples just to understand how people are innovating. This is an example from Sri Lanka's Air Force, Sri Lanka Air Force. During the first wave of pandemic, they modified the helicopters of the Air Force. This is to spray the chemicals or the sanitizers to risky places. And they did that. That is an innovation. And this is another very interesting innovation. I'm sorry, I cannot ask questions as I wish. Have you come across this product before? Concrete canvas. I'm sure you guys know what or how rigid concrete is. Can there be a canvas made out of concrete? Yes, there is. Concrete canvas is a very, very innovative product developed by a company. I'll see whether I can run this video once again. Give me a minute. Can you hear the voice? Do you see the screen? Concrete canvas?
Not at the moment, Shanta, not yet.
Yeah, a minute.
No, I could hear the voice distantly, but no video.
Give me a minute. Do you see it now?
Not yet, Shanta, no.
Jane, do you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Now, okay.
So that's concrete canvas. We never expected canvas built out of concrete. Let me ask a question. Is that an innovation or an invention? An interesting question to answer. Concrete was there and the covers what they were using were there, and even the process was there. It's the same mixture. You add water later. Is it an invention or an innovation? It is an interesting question to ask. I'm not going to give the answer now. Think about that. Let's continue with our presentation. There are many other examples. Have you come across this before? This goes as Li-Fi, not Wi-Fi, but Li-Fi. This goes as light fidelity. This is a major innovation. This is a major innovation. The infrastructure available in your building right now, we can use the light infrastructure. Infrastructure built for lighting purposes can be used to for data transmission. This goes as Li-Fi. Who are using? Hospitals, universities, commercial organizations are using this. And can people hack this? Very difficult because light cannot go through walls, as we know. It is the existing light infrastructure, LEDs basically, what they are using to transmit data. This is available. And augmented reality is used by some companies. They are still testing. When you are reversing your vehicle, what you see is let's say, across the back seat, it's like a mirror or it's like a glass. Augmented reality. Smartphone connected pacemaker. As you know, pacemakers are placed inside the body of patients, those who are having low blood pressure, and now you can communicate, or the pacemaker planted inside your body can communicate with your smartphone, or it can be a doctor's smartphone or hospital authorities' phone. This is an interesting innovation. This goes as the levered wheelchair. Levered wheelchair. Do you see the two levers here? Wheelchairs usually do not have this kind of levers. This is an innovation design developed by a team of engineers from India. Actually, what they wanted to do was to offer a faster and efficient wheelchair to disabled people. And very interestingly, now this product is sold in advanced countries as well. So this is an innovation from, let's say, a developing country to advanced economies. And there's a special technical term to describe what kind of an innovation is this. I'm not revealing it now. My second session is for us to go through 1 to about 15 different types of innovations, technical terms. Recall this example at that time. To summarize what this innovation is, this wheelchair is more productive in terms of, let's say, in terms of its speed, this is 80% faster than the previous or ordinary version, and 40%, this is, let's say, the torque is high. That means less effort is to be exerted by the user. There are video clips in YouTube. You can search not now, later under the name of levered wheelchair. This is once again a refrigerator made out of clay. And it does not use electricity. MITI is the brand name. This is an interesting innovation. It uses water, and the technology in use is not rocket science, the principle of evaporation. We all know what it is. And this is another interesting innovation, the spin cycle, the spin cycle. As you can see, there's a drum here, plastic drum. And this inventor has further improved this while riding the bicycle. The bicycle has this the washing machine. This is, in a way, this is a washing machine. And it washes your clothes while you are riding the bicycle. And this is the first version. Let me once again take you through a very short video clip. Bear with me when I try to play videos. It may not that be very easy. Hold on.
Hi, so finally I have...
Can you see the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll not run the full video, only a part.
Behind this guide is to inspire and inform people of the process that I took in building the spin cycle. I'll put a link for you to access the guide in the comments for this video. It's currently for sale for £18 and any profits will go towards further product development. I thought I'd make this quick video so that you can see the spin cycle in action and to talk you through the process of washing clothes with the spin cycle. So the first thing you need to do when you pull up at a client's house is to get the spin cycle from the transit position into the washing position. Once you've made sure you're on a flat surface, you can release the bungee cord and allow the frame to pivot into the washing position. The drum will naturally land on the floor and roll away from the frame slightly to show it's resting on the ground. The linchpin can then be removed and the hinged arm can be released to slide the drum away from the fixed axle. Next we're going to load the wash drum. So take the dirty laundry and put it in the wash drum along with some water and detergent. Here I'm using 6 litres of water in total. As with the modern washing machine, the amount of water and washing time will differ depending on how dirty the laundry is. But as a guide, I'd recommend a maximum load shouldn't exceed 1/3 of the overall drum capacity. The wash drum can then be lifted onto the back wheel of the bike, and the bike can now be pedalled to spin the wash drum. The wash cycle works better if the bike is cycled slowly, as this allows the paddle inside the wash drum to lift the laundry and let it drop into the soapy water to agitate the dirt out of the clothes. So after the wash cycle, which generally takes around 10 to 20 minutes, the wash drum can be disengaged from the back wheel and the drum can be released from the frame. So we'll remove the clothes, empty the dirty water and pour some fresh water into the drum to give the load a rinse.
So it is an interesting innovation. If you go through the background of this particular story, that would be very interesting to you learn as to how people get ideas to innovate. How people get ideas to innovate. This gentleman was in one of the African countries where people were, in that particular community, people were struggling to wash their clothes. There would have not been electricity and they could not buy washing machines and so on. The guys who are having enough money, electricity, the infrastructure, washing machines are available. This may not be a great innovation, but think of a poor community where they do not have adequate water in adequate quantities, no electricity, but they also have to wash clothes. This is a very interesting innovation. That was making headlines in leading innovation journals. Light as a service is the next one. I'm taking you through few selected examples to understand what kind of innovations are happening in the world. Software as a service. I'm sure many of you have come across this. You don't need to buy the software by paying a huge amount of money to the vendor. You can use it. It is residing elsewhere. You access it through internet and you pay as you use. Or platforms as a service. We call it P, simple AAS, PaaS. Infrastructure as a service. I'm sure you are familiar with these terms. Similarly, there's a new term, light as a service or lighting as a service. Just imagine who is offering that? Philips. It's like this, for your university or for your commercial building, your office building, you have to buy bulbs separately, individually. Whenever there's a blown up bulb, you need to get it replaced with a new one. So you have to pay or you have a small stock maintained in your premises department or maintenance department, you get them replaced. But this is a totally different proposition. Philips will assure that your building has the required lighting throughout the next 1 year, light as a service. And it is their responsibility to replace, update, upgrade the service. New concept, that again is an innovation. How do we call this innovation? There's a special technical term. We will learn in the next session. I'm going to show you a picture in my next slide. An electric car. Guess from whom? Do you see the car? This is an electric car. Can somebody use the microphone and suggest who the manufacturer is?
Maybe Tesla?
Tesla.
Well, thank you for your attempts. I checked two. One is let's see whether you are reading, whether you are very inquisitive about what is happening around us as an innovator. Number two, whether you see my screen. So thank you for your response. This is by a different company. Guess again. These are some of the model cars they have already developed. And ladies and gentlemen, this is from a known company for electronics, Sony. Okay, Sony is into car business now. And I read a recent article by Sony. Their electric car has some 40 plus sensors to ensure security. To ensure security, they are using 40 odd sensors. Imagine the quality of the car. Once again, I'll remind you that we mention brand names purely for academic purposes. What innovations we saw? Product innovations. I took you through a long list of examples. There were product innovations. There were process innovations. Similarly, there were a few business model innovations as well. The light bulb example, light as a service, that's a business model innovation. The bulbs were there. The process of lighting up, it was there. There's nothing new. You have to have the infrastructure. You have to fix the bulb and you have to switch it on. The product was there. The process was there. What is new there? The business model. The business model. It's a business model innovation. So I guess we all are on a common platform. We know what product innovations are, what process innovations are, and what business model innovations are. Think of a product innovation known to you from your own country. Think of a process innovation and a business model innovation as an exercise. But I'm running out of time. Because of that, I'll go to the next slide. Next slide is going to be quite interesting. Students and academics, you will find this interesting. We all know what SWOT analysis is, product life cycle theory or the curve, Porter's generic theory, I'm sure you are familiar with. Ansoff metrics is known to us, and many others. Can we connect our topic innovation to these theories, known theories? Yes, very easy. What is shown here is the SWOT analysis. I analyze my product. I'm manufacturing smartphones, let's assume that is my product, and I'm analyzing the product using the SWOT. Can I do that? Yes, of course. SWOT is used to analyze organizations, strengths and weaknesses of organizations, and to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of people like you and me, individuals. Similarly, we can use SWOT. There's no harm. We can use SWOT to analyze a product, what kind of strengths it has, what kind of weaknesses the product has. If you observe certain weaknesses, how to overcome, what kind of threats are coming from the external environment, so that the product will lose its market share, so we can take action. Similarly, if you take Porter's generic theory, I'm sure you are familiar with these theories. We talk about differentiation. How to differentiate? What is differentiation? We keep on adding new features, functionalities, so that the customers would see more value in this product, so that you are willing to pay a premium price to my product. That is differentiation. What is it? It is nothing but innovating the product. Similarly, we try to bring down the cost in such a way that we are the lowest cost producer in the industry. That is known as cost leadership. How can we do that? We have to come up with innovative processes, innovative technologies. So known theories are very much connected to the topic we are discussing today. And I'm sure you all are familiar with product lifecycle theory. Anyone who has not gone through the product lifecycle theory due to any reason, I'll quickly explain. Like you and me, products and also processes are going through a life cycle curve. There's an introductory phase stage, a limited time period. Then the product reaches the growth stage where you see the slope of the curve is very high. And there's a maturity stage. And like human beings, there will be a decline phase or stage. This is product life cycle. Can we connect this to our topic innovations? Yes, of course. How will a product move from one stage to the other? Just because the time is passing, it won't go there. You need to push through innovations. And be aware, the guys who are studying marketing, guys who are studying innovation management as subjects, technology management as subjects, MBAs listening to me, you all have come across the term reverse positioning. Reverse positioning, what is it? A product, what is available right now here, let's say, your product is in its maturity stage. And you know very soon the product is going to face the decline stage, less sales. And there's a technique you can do. You position the product, you drag it back to a previous stage. We call it reverse positioning. Does it happen? Is it happening in the world? Yes, very much. Extensively it is happening. I'll give you examples if time permits, if you are not very clear about this. Most of the products around us, be it a remote controller, a mobile phone, your television, any device you use, most of these products do have functionalities more than we need. The products have become very complex and complicated, isn't it? Can you switch on your TV? You are late to watch the day's news bulletin, and all of a sudden you have realized that, okay, now this is the news time. I want to switch on the TV. How fast you can do that? For me, it takes minutes and minutes. You have to wait until they boot up it can be the satellite receiver, it can be the other devices connected to it, takes time. Manufacturers, as well as because of the need of customers, manufacturers have made products very complex, very complicated. Can't we make them simple once again so that people will love the product and the product has come back to an early stage in its life cycle? That is innovation. And this is ends of product market grid. Once again, market development is there, diversification. All these segments do talk about innovations. And these are the last few slides of session 1, innovation trends. Many organizations, many individuals who are seriously promoting innovations, they take care of social responsibility. They take care of problems faced by the people in the society. Social responsibility, they try to demonstrate their social responsibility through innovations. That's a trend, as highlighted by researchers and academics, as well as practitioners. Business model innovation is a relatively new topic. Business model innovation, what is it? We went through 2 examples in the previous list of innovations. I can improve this product. I'm manufacturing mobile phones. Customers are looking for a bigger display. I can increase the size of the display. That's a product innovation. I can change the manufacturing process. or the distribution process. That's a process innovation. What is the business model innovation? Are they important? Well, world's biggest taxi company claims that they don't own a single taxi, Uber. So as world's biggest hotel chain, Airbnb, they claim that they don't own a single hotel room. Those are business model innovations. That's a trend in innovations right now. Open innovation, a topic I'm going to explain in my next session. We are opening up boundaries of organization so that we can easily harness, bring external knowledge to our organizations. That is an emerging trend in innovation. What kind of challenges we are facing in managing innovations? This is a famous statement by Philip Kotler, the marketing guru. We need to run faster to stay. What does it mean? Does it make sense? Run fast to stay. What does it suggest? The world is changing, the industry is changing, technologies are evolving so fast. We need to run fast to stay. If we don't change ourselves, we cannot stay in business. And this is an interesting statement or advice. Fail fast. What does it mean? Very important to innovators, you guys. If you are going to fail with your new innovation, new research project, new business, please fail fast. That's an interesting advice, isn't it? And it is a sensible advice as well. If you are going to fail, fail fast. What does it mean? Taking long time and failing is a very, very costly affair. You keep on pumping funds to the project. You keep on using resources, including human resources. After 1 year, after 2 years, you announce to the stakeholders that, sorry, we could not succeed. The project failed. If you are going to fail, fail fast. Interesting advice. Think. We need to always compare costs and benefits of innovation projects. No point in innovating for the sake of innovating. Innovations, as we discussed at the beginning, you have to have the mindset to commercialize, to earn revenues and to earn profits. Charity is good, but we should be able to sustain our innovation projects. Time to market is another major consideration when it comes to innovations. No point in keep on innovating without releasing it to the market. The reason, by the time we release it, the infrastructure would not be there, the technology. So do it fast. Like fail fast, do it fast. That's time to market. Well, that's my last slide. This is session 1, what I just completed. Jane, do I have time to play a 4-minute or the 5-minute video? Because I could not play one.
Hi, yeah, Shanta, please just change your slide deck. Everyone stay in this session because we're just doing a continuation. So stay in this session while Shanta changes his slide deck. Is that okay, Shanta?
Yeah, I can do that. But I asked a different question, Jane. Can I, do I have time left from my first session allocation to run a 5 minutes video?
Yes, please. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So give me a minute.
This is.
Hope you can see the screen and hear the voice. Well, this is that entrepreneur I was talking about from India. He developed a new product. And let's watch this video clip. And he claims that to innovate, the #1 ingredient is common sense.
no ordinary snack, a South Indian specialty. It's a favorite in homes across India, but its circular cylindrical shape and donut-like hole make it fairly difficult to prepare at homes. It
Do you see the screen?
Yes.
needs the expert hands of grandmas and aunts or even restaurant cooks. Not anymore. IT decided to turn its attention on this age-old problem and transform the complex art of vada making into a science for everyone. And the key ingredient? Common sense. A path-breaking little big invention. The spout that shapes batter into vadas with the hole. And that's it. Squeeze, shape, cut, fry. Handmade, but with no mess, no stress. Just delicious, crispy vadas. ID, maker of India's favorite batters and fresh food, presents Vada Batter.
Well, that's the end of the first session. I'll switch to the other slide deck. Give me a minute. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your response. Welcome to session number 2. This is back to back, and it's the title is Open Innovation. It has two meanings. Open innovation is a different type of innovations you do see nowadays, but here what I mean by the title of my presentation is we are going to unbox innovation further. Although we know about product innovations, process innovations, and business model innovations, we are going to go through a long list of different types of innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 1 to 15 or more different types of innovations. When I complete this 1 hour session, you will be talking different language in terms of innovations. Your vocabulary is much broader. You have a very good understanding about different types of innovations happening. But here's a message, an advice. Don't try to innovate for the sake of innovating. Don't try to innovate to say that, look, this is a disruptive innovation. No, you first innovate. Once you innovate, you may attach a name to your innovation. Keep that in mind. I'm going to take you through different types of innovations, and so that you can use the right terminology, you would see more opportunities, more space to innovate when you are clear about different types, and you would see the differences as well as the similarity of innovations happening around us. And I'll be talking about incremental versus radical innovations. Incremental innovations are there, and radical innovations are there. What you see inside the brackets is a leading author of this subject. That is Professor John Besant, who is a known author in this subject area, incremental versus radical innovations. Similarly, I'm going to talk about disruptive innovations. Some of you are already aware what it is. It was introduced by, the term was coined by Professor Clayton Christensen. The world lost him last year. He was #1 management guru in the world. Disruptive innovation. You are going to learn what it is. And I'm going to take you through another 2 different types of innovations, architectural versus modular. then collaborative innovations, then open innovation. Father of open innovation is Professor Henry Chesbrough. Social innovation, reverse innovation, a very interesting concept. LIMI, you must be wondering what LIMI is. When I saw this for the first time about 5 years back, I was thinking that this was the writing style or the preference of one single writer. No, when I started exploring this as a subject, I realized that this is acceptable terminology by practitioners, by scholars. LIMI stands for less is more innovative. Less is more innovative. Isn't it interesting? We tend to think that more is better innovation. That is MIB. I know it works the other way at times. Less is more innovations or more innovative. Friends, these slide decks will be shared with you. Perhaps they are already saved in the platform, or else I can share it later. Don't worry, but you can make notes if you are interested. User-driven innovation, a very interesting concept or practice. Outcome-driven innovation, lean innovation, responsible innovation, frugal innovation, and many others, including 10 types of innovations on a, let's say, a spectrum. So how many altogether? More than 15 or more than 20? I'll take you through each one carefully. If you have questions, you can note them down and ask at the end of this presentation. I opt to do that to save time. What do you see on this screen? On your left-hand side, let's say some capsules, medicine, and on the right-hand side, poison. We don't like poison. I'm asking a question. What is the difference between medicine and poison? I'm not a doctor, medical doctor, but I'm asking this question. What is the difference? Is there any connection between medicine and poison? Or what is the difference? Well, it is the dosage. I'm not a doctor. I'm once again telling you, don't try this out. Never. They use poison in producing medicine. That's the message. But you have to be extremely careful, cautious about the dosage. So as with innovation, so as with managing change, innovation is about change, introducing change. In innovating, ladies and gentlemen, you have to be extremely careful about the dosage of change, extent of change, or the degree of change you are going to introduce to your product or your process or your business model. If not, it can be fatal to the product, the process, or to the organization. So I'm going to take you through incremental versus radical innovations by looking at the extent of change you are going to introduce to the product or process. You can describe them either as incremental or radical. You know what my business is? I'm manufacturing mobile phones. Customers complain that the surface of the, let's assume, customers complain that the surface is very slippery, especially the back surface of the, so that customers cannot hold this properly. So I have to take action now. I'm going to make the back surface bit rough. That is a very minute or small innovation I can do. That is an incremental innovation. What is a radical innovation? It is an upside down kind of an innovation, a major change to your product or the process. You see the straight line, the horizontal line, one extreme, it is, let's say, incremental innovations. The other extreme, it is about radical innovations. Radical innovations can lead to shocks to the community, to the employees. And on this side, you see incremental innovations. They are very easy to implement, very smooth. It is not a major challenge to implement. People will accept, customers will accept those minute changes. I'll bring few other words to the vocabulary. Incremental innovations or incremental change can also be explained as continuous change, whereas the other type, it is discontinuous change. On one side, you have incremental change, incremental innovation, or continuous change. The other extreme, you have radical innovation, or it is discontinuous change. And what is varying along the straight line? Extent or the degree of change. Friends, we started by discussing product innovations, process innovations, and business model innovations. And we are opening up the term innovation further. Now you have two other words, incremental versus radical innovations. By looking at any innovation, you should be able to explain whether it is an incremental innovation or a radical innovation. What is the criteria? You look at the extent, the degree of change. If it is a major change, upside down kind of a change, it is a radical innovation. Now I'm going to take you through another two terms, modular versus architectural innovations. Now two familiar terms are available inside this diagram, incremental versus radical. This goes as Henderson and Clark's model of innovation. So we already know what an incremental innovation is. Manufacturing mobile phones, I make a small change to my product, that is a incremental innovation. How do we describe an incremental innovation? By looking at this diagram, this model. An incremental innovation is a situation where components or core concept of building the product remains unchanged. It is further improved. On y-axis, you would see the connection between components. I'm explaining to you the diagram, the model. On x-axis, what you see is the variable is components or the core concepts used. I'm manufacturing pens. I'm manufacturing pens. Okay, let's say whiteboard markers. Let me quickly explain you what the core concept behind this product is. This is a writing device. This has a barrel. Inside the barrel, ink is stored. And there's a retainer on this side, which prevents ink coming out of the barrel or the cylinder. And there's a tip here, which enables the writer to write. And there's a clip, which protects the tip, and it prevents it from drying so that the writer can easily write. And I use gravitational force. That's how ink available here comes to the tip. Got it? That's the core concept. So what is an incremental innovation? The core concept is further improved. We don't change it. It is further improved. And various components connected with each other, that is the product architecture. On your rather y-axis, what you see is the linkages, the connections between the different components. It remains unchanged. Have I changed the position of the clip, the tip, or the retainer? No, never. I can improve this. Once again, customers complain that the product is slippery, so I'm going to make the surface of the pen a bit rough. How can I do that? I don't need to do major changes. I can put a sticker with a rough surface so that the grip is better. That is an incremental innovation to my product. Have I changed the core concept? No. Have I changed the configuration or the architecture of the product? No. It is an incremental innovation. What is a radical innovation? Already discussed in the previous slide. Upside down kind of a change, major change. Think of the same example. I'm manufacturing pens. The tip is there. This is a writing instrument. There's a barrel which enables the customer, the writer, to hold it properly. And there's a clip to protect the tip. But there's no ink inside the pen. Where do you find ink? Guess where? Ink is in the cloud. Okay. The pen communicates with the internet or the cloud. Ink is stored there. Too much, isn't it? I don't know, such pens would be made available in time to come. But if you can produce that kind of a pen, definitely it's going to be a radical innovation, major change. What happened there? We changed the core concept of the product. Look at this column. Core concept of the product is changed. Earlier, ink was inside the pen, and we use gravitational force. Now, ink is in the cloud. It is a radical innovation. But this slide is about two other type of innovations. Modular innovation. What is a modular innovation? Car manufacturers, automobile manufacturers extensively use this innovation technique. They claim that 80% of the things what you find in a car would remain the same. What they change is only 20% of the things. It may be the lights, it may be some body parts, certain parts in the dashboard, and so on. Volkswagen, world's biggest car manufacturer, is using common platform architecture or common platforms. On one single platform, it's the same wheelbase, that is the distance between the front wheels and the rear wheels. It is the same engine and transmission. It is the same brake system. It is the same climate control or air conditioner system. It is the same electrical system. What you see in different models, different versions is certain small change. Though that this technique is known as modular innovation. It is used by electronic manufacturers, automobile manufacturers, and in many other industry sectors. I'm coming from software industry. In my industry, there can be so many guys from software industry in this audience. We use extensively modular innovation. We build the product in various modules so that we can connect these modules and offer a new product to the customer. Or the customer can buy only a few components, vital components. They can phase out the implementation. What is architectural innovation? Architectural innovation is you change the connection between the components. The components remain the same, but you change the configuration or the connections between the components. Well, I'm going to the next slide. What do you see on this screen? May not be very clear. I'm sorry about if it is not clear. On your extreme left-hand side, what you see is a vacuum tube. Where did you find them? In radios and amplifiers those days, we had them. Vacuum tubes. And they were replaced by this small tiny gadget. What you see in the middle of the picture, there are 3 transistors. Guys who are into electronics, these are PNP transistors and these are NPN. Anyway, they are transistors. Instead, a large device like this, made out of glass, very difficult to use. And they used a lot of energy hungry devices. Performance was not up to our expectations. There was a lot of unwanted results like heat dissipation, fragile, and so many problems. It was replaced by a tiny 3-legged device, which is known as a transistor. Very easy to use, less power is consumed, very small in size, and less costly in terms of performance. It's much better. And transistors are being replaced by integrated circuits. Dozens of transistors would now appear inside one integrated circuit, or hundreds of transistors, and they are being replaced by chips and so on. So what do we see here? We come across a new type of innovations that goes as disruptive innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not destructive as mentioned here, not destructive, but it is disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation. The gentleman who introduced this is Professor Clayton Christensen. Let me take you through quickly a video clip to better understand what disruptive innovation is. Hope you can see my screen. If you cannot hear the voice of this video clip, Please let me know.
Yes, please.
How does a small, young company beat an industry giant on its own turf? Through what Harvard Business School professor Clayton Christensen calls disruptive innovation. It works like this. Big players focus on sustaining innovation, upgrading existing products and services to attract higher paying customers. But soon, they start to ignore all the regular customers who just want simple, low-cost alternatives. That's where the entrepreneurial company jumps in with that basic offering. The big guys stay focused on more profitable customers and begin to overserve, adding bells and whistles no one wants to pay for. Meanwhile, the disruptor improves its product to appeal to more people. By the time the incumbent notices, the disruptor has already started to take over the market. The classic example is the steel mini mills, which first produced low-quality rebar, then moved to sheet steel, stealing business from the large mills that had been dominant. More recent disruptors include car makers like Toyota and Hyundai, which launched with economy models, then added luxury features and brands. The only way for industry giants to fight back is by launching their own disruptive innovations. To succeed, they must treat the project as a separate unit with a different business model and growth expectations. Ask, what job do customers need to get done? Segment customers by job, not by product, market size, or demographics. And develop basic, low-cost ways to get the job done. That's how Procter & Gamble came up with Crest White Strips, a cheap, do-it-yourself alternative to an expensive dental service. Disruptive innovation creates new markets and reshapes existing ones. To achieve growth in a fast-changing world, you want to be a disruptor. Don't be disrupted.
Okay, so that's about disruptive innovation. There's a theory that goes as theory of disruptive technologies or disruptive innovation, introduced by Professor Clayton Christensen. We are back on the slides. And the next one, that again is a very interesting phenomenon or practice of innovations. I would first explain what it is. Give me a minute. Well, reverse innovation is a situation where you see a product in a developed country and you cannot afford to buy that. It is very, very expensive. And you develop a product to suit your local conditions. You develop a product to suit your local conditions. And when you develop the product in that way, give me a minute. Okay, when you develop the product to meet the local conditions, maybe in terms of affordability, local people cannot buy this product, which is very expensive, which is available in developed countries. So you have brought down the price. In reducing the price, you have to do various things. Okay, you can't just bring down the price of an expensive product. Either you have to miniaturize the product, you have to drop some of these components, you need to make it very simple and so on. In doing so, you might come across a feature which is very attractive to the high end of the market as well. Remember, this need not to be from a developed country to a developing country or an emerging economy. It can be the same country. Let's say this is your economy. There are people in various tiers. There are people who are in receipt of very high incomes, and there are people, middle level people and low income groups. Here's a product which is right now offered to the topmost notch of the social pyramid, high-end product, maybe a very expensive car. And a group of scientists, group of engineers, group of innovators start experimenting to offer a low-cost product to meet the needs of the lowermost niche of the social pyramid. In doing so, they succeed. Let's assume that they succeed. And in doing so, that is in reducing the price of the expensive product to suit the low end of the market, they have done some innovations which can be very appealing to the high end of the market. Here's the best example I have ever come across. The ECG machine, which was a costly affair at the beginning, and the typical machine and the printer would cost you 50,000 to 100,000 US dollars, a sizable machine, which you cannot move from one place to the other. It is a stationary unit. Once installed, it has to be there. You find them in hospitals, large hospitals in United States, for example. A team of engineers from India, promoted by General Electric, that is GE, the Indian arm, they wanted to innovate this product in such a way that they can offer a low-cost product to Indian doctors, Indian hospitals. And it can be ideal for many other countries, okay, not necessarily only to India. They succeeded in downsizing the product, in miniaturizing the product. They came across another interesting feature. What is that? Obviously, the product has now become portable. You can hand carry it from one place to the other. Isn't it appealing to US doctors, doctors practicing in United States? Yes. If a doctor can hand carry the ECG machine from one place to the other, that's very much easier to the doctor as well as to the patients. And they further improved the product in terms of the resolution and in terms of the robustness of the product and so on offered. That's reverse innovation. There are so many examples around us to prove that reverse innovation works. Let me quickly take you through a short video, once again, 3 minutes or 4 minutes maximum. Give me a minute. Can you see the video? Can you hear the voice? Say yes.
No, sir, we can't.
Can't see anything yet, Shanta.
Give me a minute. Now you can see.
Yes, we can see.
Thank you.
Is reverse innovation?
You see, historically, multinationals innovated in rich countries and sold those products in poor countries. Reverse innovation is doing exactly the opposite. Innovate in a poor country and sell it in a rich country.
All right, which companies are using reverse innovation successfully? In the book, you talk about GE. Is that one of the leaders?
GE is one of the leaders. I would also put Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, John Deere as leading examples.
Can you explain to me an example of how, GE would use reverse innovation?
For instance, GE has an electrocardiogram machine in the US, which is used for heart diagnosis. It costs anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000. India, people can't afford it. So they created a $500 portable ECG machine for rural India. Guess what? That's now sold in 90 countries. This is classic reverse innovation.
So it's less about reducing costs than growth, which is a little bit of a twist from what people generally use emerging markets for. Usually big companies like GE use them to, we want to lower costs by producing in the emerging markets to sell in the US. This is a twist.
Absolutely. This is not about lowering costs. This is about offering a lot of value at an affordable price, and it's going to create enormous growth for US companies. If US has to be a strong country, we have to go where the growth is, and that's in emerging markets.
And will we see this more and more as emerging market countries?
Okay, so that's about reverse innovation. We have so many other terms to learn. So I opted to switch to the slide deck again. Give me a minute. Well, we are back on the slide deck. And so we know what reverse innovation is. So how many different types of innovations we have been discussing so far? I started with product innovations, process innovations, and business model innovations. Those are generic types. And session number 2, we started with incremental and radical innovations. By looking at the degree of change, extent of change, you can name innovations incremental or radical. Then we discuss about disruptive innovations. We discuss about architectural and modular innovations. And this is about reverse innovation. And we go to a new activity. This is an activity. I guess I have time to do this with you guys. Assume that we work in the same company, one large company. We all are working as engineers, designers, technologists. What's the product we are doing? We are manufacturing electric drills. Can you come up with ways to innovate this product? You are in the team of R&D team. You are in the team of R&D. Our company is manufacturing electric drills. We want to further improve this product to increase our market share, to increase the appeal, to offer customers better value propositions. We want to improve the product. So as an engineer, as a technologist, as an innovator, what do you suggest? Can you please start typing in the chat box while I'm showing you the product once again? Hold on. If you are not very familiar with this product, this is what I can do. Okay, reduce the voice level of your device. You don't like this noise, I guess. We cannot tolerate this sound, isn't it? So how to innovate this product? Start chatting. I'll check your responses in a while. Give me a minute. Sorry about this. How to innovate that product? Please start suggesting ways. Okay, very interesting. People are contributing. Reduce the noise output, of course, thank you. That is by Powell, Ryan Powell. And or maybe one which works with a lower noise rate. Yes, that's very good. We can use architectural innovation, disruptive reverse. Now you have improved a lot. Says Maria. We can use noise cancellation. Use a muffler. That's from my friend, Kumar Lopez. Hi, Kumar, how are you? He's from the same faculty at ICBT. Nice to see your suggestion. Of course, this can generate a lot of dust around the site. Have a vacuum to absorb the dust falling from the drill. Integrate it with the nail gun. That's very interesting. So we have come up with various ideas. Okay, thank you for your ideas. And people are, I think, still coming up with ideas. Well, these are few suggestions from myself. Sorry, I cannot stop it now. Okay, stopped it. Fortunately, I could. Now, we came across so many different methods to innovate. Like you all suggested, I can think of reducing the, once again, that unwanted noise will come. Bear with me. Okay, how to innovate this kind of a product? We are manufacturing electric drills. Customers may claim that this is too heavy. They cannot hold this for a long period of time. Not like you and me, technicians working in sites, construction sites, in various buildings, they have to hold this for a long period of time. Throughout the day, they are drilling holes. So they might say this is too heavy. How to make this lightweight? Oh, the grip is not very good. We can improve the grip. We can have, let's say, in some devices you would see rather handle here to improve the grip. Or we can make this less noisy, much faster. Oh, I don't need to push this against a wall. It is taken care by the device itself. Fidelity manufactured, started doing that. Now everybody follows that. That is a power assisted drill. There's a plunger or piston inside. You don't need to push it against the wall. You don't need to exert pressure. The drill does that. Likewise, I can make this cordless. Nowadays, we do see in the marketplace, let's say a rechargeable device. And somebody suggested, let's say, to improve the direction, you can have a laser beam. You can have a muffler to collect, let's say, dust. There are various ways. But do you see a problem? The way we have been thinking about innovating the product. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you through a new way to innovate, outcome-driven innovation. Outcome-driven innovation. The problem with the traditional way of innovating is we all tend to think along the same line of thinking. You are into my R&D team. We all are trying our best to come up with innovative ideas to improve this product. But how about our competitors? They are also thinking in the same way. So it's very challenging, very difficult to come up with a good idea and implement it. The reason we think along the same line. Why not we shift our thinking? Outcome-driven innovation simply suggests that. What do they suggest? Shift focus. What does it mean? Are customers crazy in buying our electric drill with such a unwanted noise? No. They have no other option. They have no other option than buying an electric drill to drill a hole. But what if we can introduce another device, another methodology to drill holes? What do they really want to buy? They want to buy holes, but they are not available in the marketplace. So they have to buy an electric drill to drill the holes on a surface. I'm a chemist. I have my first degree in chemistry and my PhD also is also in chemistry. I come up with something totally new. It is a small sticker, okay, with some chemicals pasted to the sticker, and you need a hole drilled on a wooden surface, and you pick, let's say 6 millimeter diameter. You pick that sticker, paste it on the surface, and after 5 minutes, according to my instructions, you can remove it, the sticker. What do you see now? A drilled hole. Will it work? I don't know. That is a different way of thinking. What does the customer expect from our product? Rather than trying to improve the existing device, existing method, focus the outcome customer is expecting. It is an interesting way to innovate. And we are switching to another new topic, frugal innovation. Those who are not very familiar with the term frugal explains the, let's say the focus is towards saving resources. Okay, how best we can save resources. We are talking about frugal economies and so on. It is a focus to do better with less. Rather than myself talking about frugal innovation, give me a minute. I'll take you through perhaps my last video clip. I know you are sick of watching videos, and I'll show you perhaps my last video for the day. This is hope you can see the video.
Frugal innovation is the ability to do more with less. It's a disruptive business strategy that enables companies to create more economic and social value using fewer resources. Resources can be energy, water, capital, and time.
One of the most remarkable developments of our contemporary world is the rise of the frugal economy. Increasingly large numbers of people with relatively limited resources can innovate faster, better, and cheaper. They are empowered social movements which can help them do the whole innovation process with limited resources, time, money, or people.
As a result, companies in the West have to learn to do not only more with less, but better with more than a business strategy. Innovation is a new mindset. It's a new mindset that perceives resource constraints not as a limitation, but as an opportunity to create more value at lower cost.
In our book, we look at scores of examples of small firms and large firms who are pioneering approaches to frugal innovation. We extract key principles from these examples of how to innovate faster, better, and cheaper.
Visionary leaders are using frugal innovation to disrupt and reinvent the game in the industry. Paul Polman, the CEO of Unilever, is planning to double the company's revenues while reducing environmental impact by 50% by 2020. Carlos Ghosn, the CEO of Renault Nissan, is disrupting the global car industry by launching high-quality cars at lower price. And Mark Bertolini, the CEO of Aetna, is revolutionizing the US healthcare system by shifting to a value-based care model that delivers high-quality care to more Americans at lower cost.
So that's about frugal innovation. We have many other types of innovations to talk about. Let's get back to the slide deck. Yeah, we have so many other different types of innovations to talk about. We started with three major types of innovations: product, process, and business models. And we have a better vocabulary by now. And we are going to further improve. Now, few examples of frugal innovation. The photographs may not be clear, very clear. The first photograph onto your left-hand side top, this is a valve. Oh, so many valves produced by, I have no idea about the country. I took this from the internet. During the first COVID wave, rather at the beginning of COVID spreading fast around the world, this particular country wanted to produce certain valves in the ventilators used in ICU, intensive care units of hospitals. So what they did was, they did not have time to import them. They could not trace the manufacturer. They did the, how do you call it, 3D printing. Using 3D printing technology, they started manufacturing or producing those valves. And the second photograph onto your left-hand side, this is from Sri Lanka. We have an entity that goes as Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnologies, and they have come up with so many patented products, new technologies, including graphene. You know, it is going to be the future, graphite, and the nano version of graphite. And they came up with this small gadget, which is used in PCR testing, a low-cost method they found. And that's about frugal innovation. And there's another type of innovations scholars and practitioners are talking about. It goes as responsible innovation. We have no time to go through the entire, let's say, history or the topic. I'll give you the most important point I'll share. Responsible innovation suggests you, if you are innovating in your company, in your organization, please don't focus only on your profits. you are not going to sustain. You need to pay attention to the other areas as well. I'm sure you are familiar with the diagram appearing in your right-hand side, triple bottom line concept. We try to earn profits. At the same time, we have to give something back to people. That means society. And we have to take care of the environment. We have to preserve the planet. So responsible innovation suggests you, while attempting to earn profits through your innovation, at least focus one of the other two circles as well. Either give something to the society or take care of the planet. Then there's high probability that you will succeed. Okay. Collaborative innovation. The word, it is self-explanatory. We need to collaborate with each other. All knowledge we need to have to innovate, to invent, we cannot produce inside our premises. The world, the other organizations do have better brains. We need to accept that as a fact. Von Hippel is the scholar who started talking about collaborative innovation. Practitioners from industry, you would connect this with two different practices, co-creation and crowdsourcing. Collaborative innovation is the term you find in innovation textbooks, in manufacturing technologies, in engineering we come across, or in business management we come across the other two words, very much aligned with collaborative innovation. Co-creation. What is co-creation? This is the best example, and this is the example quoted by the gentleman who coined the term co-creation. He was, when he was living, he was the #1 management guru in the world, Professor C.K. Prahalad. He coined the term co-creation. His textbook example is Fiat Punto, Punto. I'm sure you guys have seen this model. It's a small car. When Fiat company wanted to come up with their new model of Punto, they collected responses from 3,000 plus people, serious buyers, existing and potential buyers. They asked the question, what do you expect from a small car? Somebody would have said better leg space. Another person would have said, let's say a small turning circle, turning radius. Likewise, they accommodated as much as possible number of suggestions from potential customers. And they created a new model of Punto. The result, amazing. This Fiat Punto became the best small car in Europe for some 5 consecutive years. That's the result. Example number 2, co-creation. This is from, I guess, once again from a website of a car manufacturer. As an example, build your own service plan. You get the customer also engaged in the production process or in the transaction. That is co-creation. The reason, the customer will get what he was expecting, co-creation. We do co-creation in software development. The client sends their engineers to work with the software company's engineers. They jointly design the product. Sometimes they get involved in developing the product, even coding, and in installation. The result, less gaps. What they were expecting, that's what we have developed. And don't think that crowdsourcing or co-creation happens only in software or other, that kind of industries. One of the best examples come from a different industry. This is from gold mining. This company that goes as Integra Gold, or they go as Gold Corp, GOLD, a company headquartered in Canada. They were running out of, let's say, in one of the main mines, they were running out of gold. They wanted to start a new gold mine in a new premises. But it's a costly affair, and it's a risky affair, and it's time consuming. You might start drilling in a new location, but you may end up with no gold. Even if you get somebody hired, subcontractor, they might say, sorry, we have drilled down We can't do anything, no gold, but we have to pay to them. The CEO came up with the idea, why not we use open source software? And they announced, they invited people who can analyze geographic survey data, and they said, we are willing to share with our data. And Spot Gold share the benefits. And they say, results are dramatic. Amazing results they received. Production went up by 16 folds. Okay, in literature, you would say 16 times. It's not 16%, 16 times. And cost came down drastically. And don't try to read the paragraph. I'll explain what it is. You all know this company, Procter and Gamble, one of the global leaders in consumer products. They realized long time ago, they realized that they cannot have all the top scientists on board as their employees, which is not possible to your university, your organization as well. We cannot have the best brains available in the market on board. We cannot afford. We don't need to have them, everyone. They wanted to find out a way to harness knowledge of outsiders. And they created, instead R&D, research and development, they came up with this innovative idea, C&D. What is C&D? Connect and develop. They created a new portal, invited research scientists into personal care products, come and help us. So they share the problem, outsiders contribute, and there's a way to compensate. And still the portal is there in their website. This is my last example under collaborative innovation, Threadless. What is it? This is a designer t-shirt company, a startup company those days in United States. They had about 5-6 designers and they wanted to expand fast. A small company cannot have 100 designers. So what they did was they created their website in such a way that designers can get themselves registered with the website. Let's say Shantayapa is a designer. I am a registered designer. Every Monday morning, I upload 3 new designs. And you are registered in the registered community of Threadless. You see my new designs on Monday morning, and you like first design and the third design. Threadless monitors the likes, and if it reaches a feasible quantity, they produce and deliver. What do I get as the designer? Now it is a global business. I'm paid my designing fee plus each and every shirt which I have designed, the label carries designed by Shantayapa, and it's a global business now. What else I should expect? This is crowdsourcing, or the umbrella term we use in the domain of innovations is collaborative innovation. And a new branch of collaborative innovation goes as open innovation. I'll quickly, as the time is limited, I'll quickly take you through what open innovation is. Professor Henry Chesbrough introduced this. What you see on your left-hand side is the traditional innovation funnel. Innovation funnel. Employees of your company come up with ideas when you motivate them. They come up with new ideas, and you select few ideas, shortlist, develop some prototypes, and try to commercialize. Maybe 100 ideas, 1 or 0 new products. That's traditional closed channel, closed innovation funnel. But now we are opening up the boundary of the organization in such a way that the boundary has been made as porous. There are holes so that external knowledge can come into our organization. Does this happen? Yes, of course. Think of your own organization. If you are working for a commercial company, we work with R&D institutions. We tie up with, collaborate with universities. We work with consultants. We work with buyers, suppliers, various other parties. Sometimes we work with competitors as well. That is to harness, bring in external knowledge. At the same time, This inbound open innovation. There's another branch of open innovation that goes as outbound open innovation. What do we do there? We may not be the best to commercialize the product. We have, let's say, we lack knowledge, go-to-market strategy. We don't know how to handle that. We tap with external entity to early commercialize our product. Does it happen in your organization? Yes. You either patent your technology. There are technologies inside your company. Earlier you were using. Now there's no use. Why not you patent it and sell to many others? Or make it rather come up with a good model and generate some revenue. So open innovation is the most emerging branch under innovation. Well, cautionary notice. As I told you earlier, do not try to innovate to name it using the terminology. We have come across incremental, radical, then architectural, modular, disruptive, frugal, reverse, collaborative, open innovation, and if you have, I can keep on explaining. But these are the most popular ones, as appearing in textbooks, in journal articles, in business magazines. First, you need to innovate and then see how best you can describe it, whether it is an incremental innovation, whether it is a disruptive innovation. Okay. So perhaps the last few slides. Less is more innovation is something interesting to examine. When they introduced the Apple iPad, many believed that it was going to be a failure. But it was an enormous success for the company. No disk drive, and there were many other things removed. Customers love simple products than very complex, sophisticated products. It is the reverse, LIMI. And 10 types of innovations. We don't have time to explain everything. Instead, attempting to improve the product or the process. Nowadays, we try to improve the infrastructure, improve the way we run the business, including business model. What is business model innovation? Is that important? As I told you earlier, Uber, world's biggest taxi company, claims that they don't own a single taxi. That's a business model innovation. Cars were there, taxis were there, taxi companies were there. What is new? The processors were there. The business model is new. So as Airbnb. And the third company, what you see is, I'm sure many of you have not come across this name, Zipcar, Z-I-P, car, Zipcar. And there's a very sexy tagline for the company. What is it? Wheels when you need them. Wheels when you need them. I don't need to buy my own, I don't need to have my own car. I can rent a car. Still, I come to my office or the university, I park it somewhere, maybe under hot sun, again use it to go back home. What is the big idea of renting a car? Wheels when you want them. It's a matter of stepping up to a parking slot, and I can open the door of the car using my identity. It can be my thumbprint, and the key is there. Car is, let's say, available with fuel. I can use it, and I have to park it in a designated parking slot, and I can walk up to my house. That is the Zipcar. Once again, a very interesting business model, innovation. Next bike, bicycle, next bike is once again another very interesting business model innovation. There are so many around us. Ladies and gentlemen, what made me to take you through a long list of different types of innovations? You are given a task to come up with innovations. That's your project in this global innovation challenge. Use this knowledge. Let me check what else is there. Business model innovation. What is a business model? How you create value, how you deliver value, how you capture value. And this model, business model canvas can help you. I don't think that I can extend this session. Please study this by yourselves. Business model canvas can help you to innovate your business model. So that's it from me. And my third session is about how to innovate. It's going to happen tomorrow. I'll be discussing about few tools. There are so many tools available. I will be discussing with you 2 tools I have developed, quite useful. Plus, I will show you various approaches in innovating. It includes theories, more than theories, practical aspects of innovations. To sum up quickly, I started session 1 by saying inventions are different compared to innovations. Inventions have to be brand new, innovations need not to be. Then I took you through 3 different types of innovations: product innovation, process innovation, and business model innovation. Briefly, I took you through so many examples. Then came to the second session, and we have a long list of innovations. Now it's time to ask questions. I'm sure there are questions. Jane, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera now, Shanta. I'd like to invite the audience to ask some questions. Maria, do you want to go first?
Hello, everyone. This is Maria from Greece. I would like to ask Professor about EasyJet. You know EasyJet airline?
Yeah.
Okay. May I ask, because I was thinking, do you think that EasyJet is a business model innovation or a disruptive?
Well, Maria, my understanding is you can describe it as a business model innovation. The reason aircrafts were there before, and let's say the method of transport was there, the method of operation was there. What they changed was the business model, how they create value and how they deliver value. Okay.
Okay, crystal clear. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Others?
There's a question in the chat, Shanta.
Was concrete canvas an innovation or invention? Thank you for asking that question. I wanted to ask that question. Well, an invention has to be brand new to the world. Please keep your microphones muted for the time being. Thank you. An invention has to be brand new to the world. And you can protect your intellectual property by registering with a local authority or global authority. As you know, that is through patenting or patenting. I showed you the best search engine, Google Patents. If you search concrete canvas in Google Patents, you would see so many people have obtained patents, okay, in this name. But each one is different. Unless they see the claims as correct, the authorities like World Intellectual Property Organization or in the United States, they do have a very powerful, very active, very old, that goes as USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office. I will type the name here in the chat box. It goes as USPTO. And this can be a gold mine for some of you guys. There's an interesting website that goes as PAT2, P-A-T is the number, the digit, PDF.org. I'm not too sure whether it is .org or .com. Anyway, this is United States Patent and Trademark Office's official website. This is the database. If you know the patent number, you can immediately download the document. Why? By patenting, you have created the knowledge you have created, you have shared with the rest of the people in the world. That's why the government entity wants to protect your rights. I'm coming up with a brand new invention. Keeping that technology with me, there's no reason for the government to protect me. That's my baby. But here, I'm patenting it, meaning you also can go through the technology. The document is made public. I have contributed to the common knowledge pool in the society. Now I'm at a risk. You should not be able to use my technology if I'm not willing to. So they issue me a patent. Right. Coming back to the question, is concrete canvas an invention and innovation? My answer is yes, it is an invention and it is commercialized. And so we can call it an invention as well as an innovation, a rare case. Well, there are other questions. Could you give a brief difference between innovation and invention? Well, inventions have to be brand new, totally new to the world. Okay, totally new to the world. And they have to be major discoveries, maybe scientific discoveries. No one else has done it before. Like the gentleman who discovered the phone, who discovered electricity. But don't think that we have limited number of inventions in the world. If you go through United States Patent and Trademark Office, the running numbers will make you mad. Millions, the running number is in millions. As I vaguely remember, 5 million something. Last year alone, World Intellectual Property Office, that's the topmost authority, had received, the numbers are not exact, as I vaguely remember, some 4 million patent applications. Not all patent applications would be approved, even if we assume that 20% is approved, that's a huge number. So people keep on discovering new things. So invention has to be novel to the world. Think of the example I shared with you. I teach for ICBT. ICBT is Cardiff Met Sri Lankan partner. Let's assume that we never used the multimedia projectors in teaching. All the other universities were using, we did not use. We introduced them to our university. That is a process innovation. Is it new to the world? No, it was there. It is new to my company. That is an innovation. So inventor does not have most of the time a proper agenda, proper mindset to commercialize. He's crazy, you know, if I ask you to draw the picture of an inventor, you know how to draw. Okay, let's say untidy hair and let's say like an alien kind of figure that would come to your mind. But innovator need not to be that kind of a person. Let's say a person in good attire, official attire, he can be an innovator. Inventor has no commercial agenda. He's crazy in discovering something, maybe a major scientific breakthrough. But no point in developing it, and even if you get a patent, but unless you commercialize, that is innovating. But innovator or innovation need not to be novel to the world. I bring technologies from various fields, combine them and solve a social problem. Here's a good example to pay attention. In one of the companies I worked earlier, we wanted to develop a flood alarm system, flood alert system. Okay, because of rains, because of floods, people lost their properties and sometimes there were deaths reported. So we wanted to come up with a flood alert system. Is it new to the world? No. In many countries, there are such systems. So we brought down some, let's say, ultrasonic sensors. We in-house developed some pressure sensors, and we borrowed many other things. We bought many other devices, including transmission equipment and so on. And we started developing a flood monitoring system, alert system. That is a major innovation, a national level innovation to my country, Sri Lanka. But it's not an invention. Yes. Any other questions? Let me quickly check. Jane, let me know if I'm exceeding the time allocated.
Well, we're actually going into a break before they go into their teams. So actually, if I just explain to everybody what's happening next, and then those, if it's okay with you, Shanta, if people can stay in if they want to. Okay, so after this session with Shanta, and Shanta, can everyone please put on their microphone so we can give Shanta a clap, because that was amazing.
Thank you.
We're so lucky to have you, Shanta. Shanta's a leading expert on innovation. So we've been really blessed to have you, Shanta. Now, for you guys, your teams, at 10:50 to 11:50, you have a link from your invitation for Rowena to go into a Teams meeting with your teams, okay? As I said before, I know a lot of you have WhatsApp teams and Facebook teams already, but you need to go into your teams at 10:50 UK time, okay? Because you're going to meet your facilitators and you're going to be able to speak to each other on camera for some group icebreakers, okay? So that's at 10:50 to 11:50 UK time. Now, also, in preparation for this afternoon's cultural session, Nigel and I have been discussing, perhaps because it's all about food, we thought it might be an idea if some of you can think about recipes from your own countries and have them ready to either explain on camera at the session this afternoon, or to post so that everyone else can learn how to make your cultural dishes as well. We thought that might be quite good fun. So that's for this afternoon. So that's for the 12:50 to 2 o'clock session. Prepare recipes. Let's talk about food, because that's one thing that brings the world together is food, okay? So if you want to, and Shanta has time, we can continue with this session. You can ask him more questions if you don't mind, Shanta. Then at, as I said, 10:50 to 11:50, join your team through the link that Rowena sent you so that you can have a small group meeting such as this face to face. Okay, so handing back to you now, Shanta.
Thank you, Jane. I'm looking for questions. What have been already typed. An invention is something that never existed before. Ask Sarah. Yes, you are right. And the phone is an invention, and the mobile phone is an innovation. No, mobile phone is also an invention, but there are so many things added by various manufacturers, which may not be necessarily brand new to the world. So in that context, it can be considered as an innovation. But before that, I must give you a small advice. I have been studying this subject, invention, inventing, patenting, innovating, for almost, give me a minute, I started in 2006. Now almost 15 years. This is a very sincere advice I am giving you, not to antagonize you. Rather than finding the difference between invention and innovation, let's try to invent and innovate. Let the world decide whether it is an invention or innovation. Inventions are breakthrough findings. Innovations bring prosperity. Now, in my country, in Sri Lanka, there are many inventors. The gentleman who invented the first two-wheel tractor is a Sri Lankan. He's and we had a very globally known inventor, or rather a gentleman who is known for his creative thinking, Sir Arthur C. Clarke, an American who subsequently became a Sri Lankan. In early 1960s, he predicted about mobile phones and many other things what we are using right now. So rather than trying to find out whether it is an invention or innovation, let's try to improve the products. The society has so many. Now, one of the questions I do see somewhere up, how to improve our innovative thinking? Well, that's what we are going to do in my third session tomorrow. I would help you. Think freely. More than that, think about various problems the society is facing. People are starving, people are looking for food, and we are using a lot of chemicals, we are damaging the environment, we are burning a lot of fossil fuel, and we find it difficult to move from one place to the other because of congestion. Nowadays, it's less because of COVID and pandemics. Now, 20 years back, very interestingly, 20 years back at the beginning of this century, people like you and me were thinking by this time, human beings are in space. Okay, but the reverse happened. We are restricted to our own homes. Okay, so there are so many unresolved issues never expected. We need more and more inventions and innovations. We'll be discussing more in my third session. Someone is asking, LIMI, please explain further. Less is more innovation means a mindset, a new way to innovate. We have this wrong belief. To innovate, we need to add functionalities. Manufacturing mobile phones, to innovate the mobile phone means add more functionalities, more components. No, it need not to be the case. By removing components, also I can innovate. By removing components, also I can innovate. Not to confuse you, but think of this product. We have powdered soup. Okay, we have powdered soup. The brand can be Knorr, K-N-O-R-R, or there can be many other brands. Powdered soup. It's a matter of adding some hot water and you make a soup quickly. Is soup a brand new product to the world? No, never. It was there for decades or centuries and centuries. What did we there? The innovation, we removed a major ingredient from the traditional product. What did we remove? We removed water, and it's now powdered soup. So LIMI is suggesting you to shift focus, like outcome-driven innovation. Don't have the mindset to add components, add more and more features. By removing features, functionalities logically, also you can innovate. Customers love. Imagine when you are, let's say, you are about to go to your office, you get into the car, all of a sudden, let's say, you are a top executive in a leading company, and the company has already sent you a brand new, okay, you have not checked it, but you know that it's in your parking lot. And you are about to leave the office building and you get into the car. Wow, what do you see? The dashboard is like the cockpit of an aircraft. Even on the rooftop, you see so many indicators. Would you love to drive this? You don't know how to drive this. Instead, you prefer to drive a luxury car, which is very simple. The controllers are known to you, which is very simple. That is the mindset an innovator should have. Not always, if we are focusing LIMI teachings. I guess that answer is sufficient because of time limitations. I do have.
That's great. Thank you, Shanta. I think I'm gonna, because you've had to talk for 2 hours, I'm gonna give you a break now. Even though I think our students could carry on talking to you for the rest of the day and indeed the rest of the week. So we're very lucky to have had you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we will see you tomorrow. Guys, don't worry. He's back again tomorrow to do another session, which will be equally as interesting and help you to think even more. So we're going to take a break now. You're meeting your teams at 10:50. You'll also meet your facilitator at 10:50 UK time through the link, okay? And also don't forget, start preparing your recipes to share with everyone this afternoon. So I'll be seeing you again at 12:50, but you're meeting your teams at 10:50. Have a good break now, people. It's been wonderful to have you with us this morning, and thank you for your active participation. See you later.
Thank you, James. See you.
Guys, please sit down. Okay, what we do and do. Right. But today it will work. I just wanted that. I saw you and that's there. That's why. Okay, guys. Tomorrow. and thereafter regular class, you'll have a regular. Normal, right? And 750, 1230,